Yeah. Hello, this is Dan Smith. I am currently in Monte Carlo, where I have been playing the train series, and I was lucky enough to get a win. I just realized I need to close my WhatsApp. Let's see if that did it. Otherwise, I might have to take a pause for a moment. So I found out that I'm doing some replay. Let's see how I jump around. Okay. There are 21 hands that I'm supposed to look over. So, first hand, fold, fold. I will note that these are deep stack games with a bigger than normal ante. 3 blind games, so the strategies differ a little bit. Come in with the I'm just gonna pause for 1 second while see if sorry, just want to make sure that my messages aren't bothering y'all for this one. But like I can see how to close the window. Whatever. I will probably try again next time someone texts me. So let's just see the action here. I believe it went raise, 3-bet, cold call. I don't really play cold calls, but it seems like it's a fine play. Bet, very quick call, noteworthy. I think there's a lot of information to be gained on player timing, though I haven't played online poker in quite a while, so a little out of the loop there. Check, bet, call. Seems like a shove is okay. Smaller bet. A lot of hands that could still be had here. Okay, right out of the gate action. So it went raise, 3-bet, cold call. Personally, I would have a 4-bet or folded that one pre-flop. I think your hand's a little bit weak to cold call. And also just strategically, it's not a thing I do very much, though I think it could have merit. Let's see what the size on the flop was. Oops, I didn't mean to go onto a new hand. Ah, okay, here we go. We can just see the action like that. So there's 438 in the pot. 300, so it's like a 75% pot bet. I would call with the ace jack with a diamond. Check, reasonable bet. With this little to play on the river, I would never use a bet size less than all in. It's still a brutal spot for 2 9s. There are plenty of flush draws, maybe queen jack suited, ace jack as bluffs. Just kind of like a obscure situation. I guess you could try to read into the fact of the downsized river bet. There's some psychology going on there, but smaller bets mean you call more often. 9s with a diamond, perhaps blocking some of the hands you want to... Perhaps blocking some of the hands that you would like to see. But on the other hand, you do, if the guy is bluffing, you do win. And I think the approach, like, I think it's maybe the guy just sniffed out that it seemed bluffy or whatever. Like if he had, say, king, queen, he might just remember it to shove. Nice hand. I might have an idea. I'm going to start with the river first so that we can see what they have. Ace 9, Ace 5. Cool. Now we're going to just point out that this guy's avatar appears to be an angry rabbit. Into it. Raising with the ace 9 suited. Great play. Calling with the ace 5 offsuit is a bit too loose here. We have an overcall from the button on a shorter stack. 4, 5, 6. When you're out of position and the board is disconnected, definitely start by checking. Goes for the check raise on the flop, very aggressive. I think it's just a bit too weak. Actually, a pretty good turn for if you're bluffing. Like, it is unlikely that your opponent just had a dry 4, and if you are, say, check raising with an overpair, it's something you could feel a bit better about. Oh wow! Let's I want to see if the river was 1,600 into... Okay, and then he... 2,400, and then he bets 2/3 pot. I wonder what this guy's worst value bet could be. Like if you happen to hit a king, sure. I wonder... I mean, also it does seem like the meta game, or like... So now this is the second hand. It does seem like people tend to be sticky. So maybe if you have a hand like 2 queens, you could still put in a bet of this size, and then also like maybe... I mean, it is 4, 5, 6. You check raise, multi-way, like 7, 8 should be something you have reasonably often. I would say this player's loose pre-flop call kind of got him into trouble. I'm going to guess we could also just pretend he had, like, say, ace-5 of spades. But the problem with some of these offsuit hands is it's just hard to make something good enough that could put in money. Kudos to being aggressive. I think the hand was like a bit speculative in terms of strength, but aggression often pays off as well. Oops. Let's see, not that one. So I will go to hand 3. Sorry for being a little dense with clicking these buttons. So here we're heads up. Very deep stacked. Open is large, but whatever. And then a chunky 3-bet. You don't get to see 500 big blind heads up poker very often. It's a pretty wild game. Comes out with a C-bet. I think there's a lot of valid sizings you could use on this board for sure. His size is reasonable. He checks. Bet 75% pot. Call. Just my into. I bet you this guy's going to hear a call with ace king. As far as bluffs, the most obvious ones that come to mind are 9, 10, and king 10. But then also, like, hands with 2 hearts and 2 clubs in them are possible. Ace 3 of hearts just looks him up. Great call. 3-bet pre-flop, totally reasonable. The continuation bet is reasonable as well. And then we just think about the river. So there's like multiple ways to think about poker. The one is like to try to think about like the way that like if you had 2 computer super intelligent AIs playing against each other, what they might do. There's also just merit to like, would this, like, what is this guy representing with 8,300 into 11,000? Like, can the person just have king, queen? See, it was 25.50. I mean, it would be a lot of money to be going in. Like, maybe you would want to have a diamond in your hand to do it. But yeah, generally, again, so now I'm working on the theory that these games appear to be very sticky, as in players don't like to fold. Skipping to the river, It appears to. Okay, it's these two guys. Check. Bet. Call. Okay, the theme of the day is clearly going to be hero calls and bluffs. So I believe this player has 2 3s. He comes in for a call. Reasonable enough. I'm more of a guy who likes to come in for a raise. The blinds are some sort of... I think it's some giant, very large ante, but I'm not sure. Like if there's 200 in the pot and he's calling 10, that would actually make limping a great strategy. So it might look like he made quote-unquote 20x, but like he was really just raising like the size of the pot. Totally reasonable. He comes in with the C-bet. Sure. God, this is a lot of money going in for queen and an 8. It does very much seem like, okay, people don't like to fold in these games and aren't afraid to bluff. In some games, you see very little bluffing. It's kind of hard to comment because this is just so different than like the way that I've viewed poker recently. Like for the last 5 years, it's mostly like study with the computer and like try to play. I'm not thrilled with the word choice, but correct. And there is definitely a world about playing exploitably and like knowing your opponents and that sort of thing. From an outsider looking in, it looks like this is a lot of money to go in with. Of course, there is merit to making reads and whatnot. I'm considering whether 3 of clubs 3 might want to fold on the flop. Or raise on the flop. And I think it'd at least be something to consider, which means it's probably close. Facing the turn bet here, I think it's just time to give up the hand. And then when it goes check, like, sure, bluff. And it also does appear that people seem to like the... people seem to like the betting 66% pot. Was this the same hand? Yeah. I wonder if this is kind of like the short deck structure, like calling 10. Yeah, giant ends. Interesting challenge. Okay, so limp, raise, call, call. The way that I approach poker in general, I would be very unlikely to call 190 here with any hand. Like when you have so little in the pot, like you have 10 in and the guy just made it 200, which isn't like a huge bet or anything, but I would play the out of position strategy here. If I enter the pot, I would come in for a re-raise to like 700, and I would do it with like just hands that I just perceive to be ahead of this guy's range and some suited connectors as a bluff. Oops, sorry. This is embarrassing how bad I am with technology. Okay, let's just see. So we are 4 ways to the flop. I expect it to check to the pre-flop raiser. First thing I correctly identified. Something to think about in multi-weight pots is you don't want to be betting too big. Just because the more opponents you have, the more likelihood that somebody has something. Oh boy. So then it goes small bet here, which seems appropriate. Check raise. The bet sizing was a bit too small, but like not super egregious. And then it goes bet raise. This person cold calls. Just see what happens. Queen Jack bluff. Wow. So it goes bet, raise, cold call. This player assumed that somebody had something pretty good and folded. And again, just confirming that the meta is that people are playing lots of hands. And did 2 3s just fold pre-flop, or did I? Call, check, fold, fold, call, raise. Okay, these were the 4 players. 3s stayed in there. I mean, with the caveat of like, there's different reasons people play poker, and I'm sure playing suited connectors is fun, yada yada. You aren't making money playing these 4 suited here. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. King Queen coming in for a raise, sure. Ace 8, boom. This guy bets his King Queen, totally reasonable. In fact, I would say definitely the best play given the looseness. Raising with Ace 8 with the backdoor. Just a bit too loose to go for this, I would say. You had 4 or 5 of clubs, not 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds. The reason I say not 4 or 5 of clubs is when the 4 of clubs is out there, it's not a thing that you can have, but I was just trying to say like a pair and a backdoor flush draw. And so this guy actually does have a pair and a backdoor flush draw, like kind of like the hand I was saying. In a more sane game, if you're going to continue this, I think like re-raising to represent a set would be a bit more how I would approach it. And King Queen folding the flop is just too tight. Like you're putting, I mean, unless the games are just insanely aggressive, I would just put in 400 here and see if I could show down a winner. So in the U.S., we make jokes about drinking games, as in like anytime something very cliche happens, take a drink. Every time the example of this is every time I click this one, people would have to drink. Oh, okay, bomb pot. So everyone puts in 200. That's cool. And then we just take a flop. I'm not very well versed in bomb pots. I've almost never played them. I think you're supposed to proceed somewhat carefully. Fun feature, probably takes people out of their comfort zone. Oh, it's paused. time bank check. Let's see if that's relevant. Or maybe he's just texting his phone, looking up some chess games, whatever people do. Small bet into the field seems reasonable enough sizing. When you are the last player multi-way, get it like you have to call 300 into 1200. I mean, I guess it's less true 6 ways, but I'm just imagining like 3 ways facing a small black closing the action. You have to call a lot. This is still a dry board, and the guy bet into all sorts of players. I predict clear thinking steals the pot with a bluff, which is going to be a straight draw. I predict he gets called by ace-5. Dang. I mean, like, I'm like the 4-5 is like a reasonable enough hand to do this with. Like, obviously, like, gosh, that's a pretty big call. So it goes check, check, turn. Maybe he just thought this guy wouldn't check anything good on the turn and then couldn't value bet 1 pair on the end. Like, it's not the craziest line of thinking. But it is quite just getting my bottle of water. So this guy does have 3 outs to like the super nuts, the deuce, and then 1 out, the deuce of clubs, which is probably but not definitely good in case your opponent has, like, instead of queen 8 offsuit, if he had queen of clubs, 8 of clubs, which would be a more reasonable check raise. I mean, the flop raise is just unbelievably loose, but let's see what the turns. I'm looking. So the turn stack to pot ratio is kind of narrow. I wonder if this guy just sniffed out that the guy checking the turn struggles to have anything good here. He could have hit 8s up. Oh, and I guess your 8 blocker does do well in that regard. Like, are 8s up the most likely value bet? Maybe. By 8s up, I mean like 8s and kings, 8s and 3s, whatever. Match. Oops. Click the wrong button. Everybody take a drink. Call, raise. So, okay, limp re-raise facing 2 things, and it's worth noting that he is committed to this player. Still doesn't mean that he can't be bluffing. Takes the flop. Goes all in, fold, he's going to have something bad. Oh. Has a reasonable hand. Opponent folds 2 queens. It's just too tight. I'm sorry. SPR's 1. I think just shoving here out of position is a good play. You could just have the best hand. Ace, queen suited, ace, jack suited, ace, whatever, king, queen suited, king, jack suited. You just can't call. Calling pre-flop and folding the flop is just not great. Like, you could also just get stacked pre-flop. I think taking the flop and playing in position is reasonable too, though I would just go all in. But then on the flop, you just gotta pay the money. Let's see. We are heads up between these two players. About half pot to play. All of the straight and flush cards. I think there's a straight and a flush out there, and full house is possible. I'm excited for the first time somebody just has a good hand. Okay. We have a cooler situation. Love to see it. Player with 6-6 deciding between raising and calling. Both are good options. And it really comes down to how loose the caller is and how likely you are to get limp pre-raised. Multiple cold calls. Lead out with the ace-high flush draw. Sure. Now the SPR means stack to pot ratio, which means there's 5,700 in the pot, 4,300. L divides 57 by 43, which means there's like 1.2x. Small bet in position. And it's also is worth considering, like, your opponent in this sort of thing. Like, some people, if they call you on the flop here in a 4-way pot, and then are able to bet the turn, like, they just can't have a marginal hand. Playing your opponent is a key thing in poker, and at this point he has a full house, this guy has a flush. The money is just going in. What are you going to do? And boom, I managed not to hit this button, skip all the way to the end. Very exciting. Okay, we have a raise in first position. Fold, fold, fold. I guarantee he puts money in the pot. I am a genius. 9-6-3, rainbow. This is a pretty good opportunity for a size up on this kind of board. Maybe 60% pot. Great. Check. Ace. Check, check. Very easy situation to be bluffing. 5, 4, 7, 8, 5, 7 are all 8-out straight draws. That can't win at showdown. And if he's value betting, he should have an ace or a 6, I would say. Jams the river. Six was a great river for this player. This guy goes for a value bet, which you can definitely do. Once you get jammed on, it's a brutal situation. It really comes down to making a read and who the player is and that sort of thing. Raise, call, fold, call. A lot of multi-way pots. King 3 Jack with a flush draw. But when you call with a bunch of players behind, it's just something to be aware of, that the more players that you have behind, the more, like, each player has a possible, like, let's just say everyone is just calling with the set, trying to set mine. The more players behind, the higher likelihood that somebody behind you did just hit a set. So when you call in first position, you need a better hand than if you call in the last position. Three ways to the turn, board pair. Compared to some of the other hands, it's worth just being aware of, like, different stack to pot ratios. Like, in some situations, the pot was, like, really big relative to the stacks. Here, they still had 5x pot to play. Good board for the first good turn card for the first player. Seems unlikely that the other players have a 3, given, like, the one that they could have would probably be ace 3 of diamonds. Like, this guy shouldn't have a 3 unless it's 3-3, or he has king 3 suited pre-flop. Same for this person. And if you have, say, ace king, ace ace, you can feel quite good about the situation, and maybe even king queen, betting, pressure on draws, yada yada. Ace of diamonds, flushes out there. Queen 10 got there. It puts out a blocker bet and a call. Wow. I mean, so this player was correct in the sense that they didn't get stacked, but I mean, with threes full of kings, you do lose to the other full houses, which could be had. You beat flushes. It actually might just be a very clever play if, like, might just be a great play by this guy. It kind of, I mean, it depends how this player's raise frequency. Like, let's just say it's like queen 9 suited, jack, like, okay. Queen 10 of diamonds. Sure, maybe we'll play this way. Queen 9 of diamonds. some people wouldn't bluff with Jack X of diamonds. Gotta say, I think this guy just made a brilliant call. I would probably just hit raise without really thinking about it. I guess which leads me to believe that one of the biggest mistakes I think people make often isn't like due to lack of knowledge, but lack of focus. Like they do something that they realize, like they are capable of getting to the right line of thinking. Oops. But they were just not mentally with it and just make a mistake. I think I'm going a little bit too slow here, so I'm going to speed it up. First time doing hand history reviews is a little challenging. So I'm just going to go to the river and peep the hands. Okay, so the things of note, Queen 3 of spades, 2-2. So now I'm going to limp in first position with the deuces, sure, raise, call. Bit loose of a call with the Queen 3 suited, just multi-way. If you get Ace 3 suited, sure, just deep stack out of position with like that kind of hand, kind of rough, and like even with Queen 3, you hit a queen, you're never going to be like super excited about the situation. You're always going to be worried that somebody has a bigger queen. Checked around, putting out a one-liner, which means any 3 makes a straight, and 7-8. Stabs with the deuces. Sure. Small raise. It seems to me like the general theme on the way that these games play, very loose pre-flop, but people seem to have some idea of what is going on post-flop. Just gonna slightly change my position of like how I'm sitting. Gonna get cozy here. Yesterday I had a big leg workout, first time on the trip. But yeah, the player successfully folded the river. I think some people are like almost never bluffing here. If they were bluffing, so like let's just like okay, maybe you could have 7-7. Like betting on the turn is like a semi-bluff, protection, yada yada. And then you call trying to hit a 3 or an 8. Or possibly to. I was wondering if you would maybe want to call with the intention of bluffing some rivers, but kind of tough because like the only better hand should be like a 3. Multi-way pots are tough, but guy makes a tough fold. Well done. Use BS. Okay, let's try double speed. Raise, call. Okay, big re-raise and a 4-bet. calls the 4-bet. Okay. Stack to pot ratio about 1. Kind of a sick play with the 2-8s. The flop, like he does, like the I'm committed size. Might just be good poker. Oh, how do I? Now I'm trying to think about pre-flop. Raise. So this does look like a scary raise, and with 2-8s, I do think you are committing yourself here, which isn't necessary. Like, this guy has to be re-raising a lot for you to have a want to do that, and I'll probably just want to play the 8s in position. At this point, I think just, like, I understand the fear of, like, oh my god, are we putting in 500 bets here? But it does just seem like the meta of these games is just that money goes in. The flop, I think you kind of have to fold. I mean, not kind of. I mean, I think you just do have to fold. Well executed. Under the gun raise. This guy's username, Funky Junkie. Shout out to my buddy whose poker moniker was Funky Monkey. Raise, call, call. Re-raise a bit too small, but you know. Call, call. Stack to pot ratio. 3-1. Reasonable bet. Call. Check. Small bet. It's worth noting the downsize. Oops. So 3-bet with the 6-4 suited. You got heads up in position. Bet. I mean, this pre-flop call's a bit loose, but now you have a flush draw up and down. Kind of a clever semi-bluff protection. Get called by some spades. Yeah, I don't think I would bluff here. I just think there's like enough of a reasonable chance that you could beat a flush draw. Generally, you are less inclined to bluff when you have a chance of winning at showdown. Of course, it is a little bit different coming into these hands cold when I don't know like the meta game or like the dynamic, like maybe somebody just bluffs someone or this sort of thing, but doing my best to just comment as I see it. Raise, call, call. 7-6 deuce, 2 spades. Bet half pot, call. Ranges are still wide. Players could have 4, 5, 8, 9. A lot of 1-pair hands, 2-pair hands, flush draws, sets. Now it's getting a bit more defined. A bit hard to have a queen unless it's like queen ace of spades. Maybe ace of spades, queen. A lot of bluffs that this player could have. In some games, you can just have like 8-8 or maybe even 8-7 for value. Ooh, and you get raised on the river. One of the worst feelings in poker. Oh my goodness. I stand corrected. Now it seems like this guy probably has a great hand, but he's bluffing. Quad queens. So it goes bet, raise. The issue is this guy isn't representing all that much. Like, it almost seems like he needs a queen. If you are going to bluff, I think you gotta just go bigger. But tough one. I'll be less critical given this game is smaller. Raise, call in position, very connected board. You start with a check, brilliant. Pot bet, short, call. 4, now I need 5 as a straight, check, check. River 7, check. Bet. Okay. It's funny how this is like, quote unquote, well, it's just like a smaller stakes game, and it's one of the most reasonably played hands we see. Puts in a value raise, sure. In position with 6s, brilliant. Very connected board. Check. You could raise. I think calling is actually a pretty sneaky and good play too. Your hand was vulnerable and weak. Just a good hand of poker. Obviously, brutal setup, but well done. Coming in for a limp, raise in position. Love limp re-raising. It's also kind of funny because you only have one player behind. So it's either like kind of spiteful, or if you just know that this guy likes to raise a lot. Yeah, the issue is when you over limp with only one player behind, it's going to be pretty hard to have something good. But power poker works out. Bet multi-way in position, fold, fold. Let's see. Oh, thought this guy had folded. Paired to 7. Check, check. Great. Tiny bet. Put in the re-raise. Show him quad 7s. Oh. Seize the blocker bet. Tax on weakness. Aggression is often rewarded, especially at like the amateur level. Or like really at any level up until like you get to be like world class. blocker bet. Tough spot. You get raised on position. Like, I would say, like, the default is call, but, like, I mean, this is generally worth noting. You have to call $750 into a pot of $3,500. You just don't need to win that often. But, like, you should be losing most of the time, and it really just comes down to player specifics. Versus some players you absolutely need to call, and versus some players you're better off folding. And then if you don't know, I would say generally it appears in these games you should err on the side of calling. Let's see, 18, 19, 4 hands, and then I get to see if I could back up what I talk about poker. Puts in a big raise, re-raise, very deep stacks here, like 350 blinds. Worth noting that the stacked pot ratio isn't that deep. Like, even if they check down to the river and this guy wanted to, he could just, like, go all in pretty easily, which affects strategies on earlier streets. And I could see wanting to have pot control like jacks or kings or an ace, or this guy can just really have anything. Now he's saying, okay, so he puts in the big limp re-raise with ace queen offsuit. I think I would make a decision pre-flop to go all in or fold, and really I would just go all in pre-flop. I would only fold if I thought my opponent, which was like an all-time nit, very conservative player. Bigger than typical bet. Multi-way, worth noticing. Check, check, check. Three-way pot, got to be concerned somebody has something good. Bet on the end, raise. Off the top of my head, the worst hand that he should be rally raising, maybe like jack 9. Seems like just a well-played hand. Oops. Sorry, friends. Race to 106. Ace 5-4. Very deep stacks relative to the pot. Like, and when it's okay, something to be thinking about, like, if I have top pair, how would I feel about getting in all my money? And I would say in any sane game, if you get all the money in here with ace king, you're cooked. So leading the river with ace king here doesn't accomplish a whole lot. And at this point, I would put in a bigger raise, but maybe he won the maximum. Last hand, raise under the gun. Call.
Note the shallower stack size. Limp re-raise, love to see it. 6-6-4. Bet call. Worth noting that this player checked behind very quickly. Like, I would think... Like, I would... Basically, any hand I could have, I would want to consider betting on that turn. Like, okay, half pot bet, we call. We have generally pocket pairs, straight draws, and flush draws. I could see merit to betting any of them on the turn, either for bluffing or value betting. And then bet. Raise. Hard to be bluffing here. I would say some players aren't capable of it. Being boated up on the turn. I'm not sure if he would raise the nut flush anymore. That is the 1 hour, so I will be switching. I'm going to take a very brief break.
Convert 5,000 HKD to USD.
I found this on the web.
So it appears I am sitting here waiting for a brave challenger. Okay, let's see if we will have any brave soldiers. I have this funny thing going on at this moment. I find it very distracting when I'm on the computer and I see my own face, and I think it's on like a 1 second delay. So I move in some way and then I see it like a second later and it's not entirely synced up, and it's just very confusing. Or occasionally I'll be on like a Zoom call with somebody. I'll be on a Zoom call and I'll see myself talking and it's distracting. Good time for me to point out, I am here for the next almost 3 hours. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'll just kind of patiently wait, drink my coffee. You know what? I need a mug. Paper coffee? Just not that satisfying. Out of mugs. I just find the paper so much less satisfying. Just so that there isn't too much downtime, I guess I will talk about how I was the lucky winner of the recent Triton 200,000 USD Invitational for 3.8 million. Thank you for the like. One of the biggest wins of my career in the discussion for biggest. Maybe if forced to pick, I would say the WPT Doyle Brunson Classic of 2013. Just noticed. So this screen is what I see. I'm going to take a photo of this because on my end, this is pretty cool. Ooh, battery running low. Better fix that. I did the silly thing where this is plugged in, but this wasn't. Ever seen you steal blind like this? I have been known to try to steal some pots that perhaps didn't belong to mine. So in addition to getting $4 million, you get this great hat for winning. Ooh, we got action. So my impression, let's see, it's 25.50. Comes in for a raise. I'll start off with a call. Quick check behind. Interesting. I'm not going to be limping any buttons. I'm just going to play raise or fold. Kind of cool that I get to play heads up. Thank you for the action, Toby's. Winner. It would be fun if I could discuss the contents of my holding, but I believe there's no delay. Good fold, Toby. Have queen with a jack. I received a like from Freedom. I'm gonna fold some of my hands in the button. This is one of them. Heads up is cool, and I don't get to play it very often, unless I'm like heads up in a tournament, typically. There's the heads up event in the WSOP. First 3-bet from me. Met with a 4-bet. Let's do it. Cooler. Give me a 10 one time. Wow. Good hand, Toby. I don't know if culturally this is not a reference that will be picked up on, but there's this TV show called The Office. And there's a famous episode, Goodbye Toby, that this reminds me of. The main character, Michael Scott, really hates the HR guy, whose name is Toby. 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. Big bet caution. Ooh, snap call. Sniffed out the bluff. I will try to play quickly to be a good sport. Maybe I win. Yeah. Not going to raise this one. King 9, 4, rainbow. Deuce 3, getting there. Let's see a flop. Snuck in a little raise there on the turn. Oh boy. We got a pot brewing. Every BB makes me stronger. Oh snap. I'm going to fold. Folded the best hand. Okay, that guy's just going to hit and run with some of our money. It's pretty cool that I get to play heads up. Cooler. Insurance options. Interesting. I've never really played in a way. I'm not going to take it. Jack! Oh. Accidentally won. So we're heads up again, is that right? Quickly check raise. Okay. Surrender. We're just messing around. Sorry for playing a little slow there. I was trying to make it 4x on a touchpad. I'm going to be lazy and just use the preset buttons from here on out. Okay. Flop time. I surrender. Just getting run over here. Okay. Interesting turn card. Bad beat on this guy. But I did have 3 diamonds and 3 to a straight as well. Okay, I'm just making note that this guy is betting into me a lot. Just getting ready to perhaps start making some adjustments. Couldn't get any money with my monster. Guy is too cagey. If this card were the diamond rather than this one, I would continue, but 3 high backdoor flush draw. Don't think it's quite enough. I win. Loose flop heel, but you know, not here to fold. Huh. Didn't mean to expose my hand. He's leading into me quite. He seems to really enjoy taking back the betting lead. Worth noting. Then he shows me the 8. Nice fella. Confirming he wasn't bluffing. Enemy card. Sorry. No need to be sorry, my friend. Part of the game. Yes, I'm playing one-handed poker with this thing on my head. Bet call the flop, lead in the turn. Let's see what develops. Show me. Cooler. On a less connected turn card, I would have tried to make the pot bigger, but 7, I thought, be a little problematic. I am now unstuck on my session. Yay. When your opponent starts playing more aggressively, there's a few ways to proceed. My favorite way is kind of counter aggression with more aggression. Sometimes you got to make a move. Okay. Let's see a flop. Not the flop I was looking for. 10 deuce deuce. MVP. Re-raise. Oh, snap. Double down. Okay. Just gonna fold. Partially because I think I revealed in my face that I have a bad hand. I forgot I was on a webcam. Also because the board was very connected and my hand is vulnerable and I have no good turn cards and no backdoor flush draw, yada yada. Coming out swinging, full pot. If you got me, you got me. And he got me. Nice hand. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Calm down, friend. Who are you calling friend, guy? Sometimes it's funny, like streaming for different native language. Like who you calling friend guy is a South Park reference, but maybe just culturally it wouldn't get picked up on. But still funny to me. 10-3 off in American circles many years ago was referred to as kitchens. And I don't know exactly why, but people would play 10-3 offsuit fast and aggressively. It's kind of a bit. Let's raise it up. I was hoping he had just a 9, not the backup. Good hand. I'm not exactly sure how rebuys work, so I'm just going to dust these 300. Stuck 2 buy-ins for anyone keeping track. Just get on with it. And I'm dominated. Wonderful. I get to rebuy. The computer is kind of... I was buying in 5K, and now it's like, hey, how about 10K? Oh. Hit and run a second time. So my hand was... he just didn't want to play deep stack. Or whatever. My hand was a little bit vulnerable. 9-7-5, a lot of bad turn cards. Thought I can get called by a flush draw, or if I just take the pot down right away, that's great. Thought 9x was a pretty likely possibility. Caught me. I was trying to steal the chicken. Interesting turn card. I was thinking about betting, and I thought I got a time extension, but it looks like I saved money. Six could win. Sometimes bad hands beat good hands. The great joys in life. Winner. And again, I'm left without action. One of the best things about being in this part of the world, great baguettes. Funny enough, my two biggest pots of the day, both pocket tens. With my breakfast, they brought me a whole bread basket. We got some croissants here, very tasty. Not sure I need to eat 6 pieces of bread, but sure do want to. Currently listening to Anderson .Paak. Worth giving a listen to. I think the next album I will put on will be the new Janelle Monáe album. I mean, it's not new anymore. Let's see. Came out maybe 5-6 months ago. Excuse me. DanSmith, waiting for action. Oops. Should not have touched that button. So I think So I tried to reload, and now I lost the buttons. So I'm on my desktop so I could stream. And I think in the act of like spoofing this such that it goes from like a phone app to a desktop app. While waiting, I'm going to show y'all. This is the view outside of the poker room. I don't know if it's too, yeah, like just outside looking over the water. Some technical difficulties getting fixed in a moment. This is the second time I streamed. I also did it around Triton, Vietnam. Much better than in my home time zone. I'd be like 5 in the morning. Tom Dwan and Phil Ivey, saw them both yesterday in Triton. Wow, the thing calls me a superstar. Oops. $72 hands so far. Seat open. Gotta say, more fun to play than to wait. But I understand. It's scary to play me. Today's Triton event is the 50,000 Omaha, which starts any minute. And yesterday's event was a 30K Omaha tournament as well, 20K normal tournament, and then it goes to $10,000 bounties that only come into effect with a quarter of the field left. So in this one, there were 74 players. So I believe I don't know, either 18 or 19. The bounties start, and they are 40,000 per knockout. Quan Zhu, who is a legend, is left, as is Laszlo, whose online moniker, Omaha for Rolls. Very loose and aggressive player, massive winner, a lot of heart, good hand reader. Tom Dwan, Danny Tang, who's been on an unbelievable run lately, makes the FT, as well as Dvoris, Gavin Andrianov. And then finally, a Russian player, Yakov. Apologies if I didn't pronounce that right. And then Dylan Weissman, one of my pickleball opponents. Let's see, I turn it on. Hope it's okay if I'm watching some Triton as this is going on. Goes raise, 3-bet, 4-bet. Aces versus kings. My friend Dylan seems to have the kings against aces. Queen 10-5, giving him a gut shot. Looks like he needs a jack or a six. Sorry, a jack or a king, rather. Now he turns 8, so, I'm sorry, a 7, so it would give him straight. But alas, Omaha 4 Rolls is wearing a hoodie with a teddy bear with no head. That is not something I would have in my arsenal. I personally like teddy bears. Seven minutes since my last hand of poker. Surely someone's going to come on and take on the challenger. Or ask me some questions. I guess while I'm here, I will take the opportunity to point out that I run a nonprofit called DoubleUp Drive. If you're interested in more information, go to doubleupdrive.org. We do our annual charity drive. It's our 9th annual. It's coming up November 28th. This will be our 9th ever version of it, and we have raised over $26 million to great causes. I have drank a lot of coffee today. So I find coffee and poker just really go together. Waiting for action. Pulling up the stream on my phone to see how it looks. WPT Global. Bounties on Omaha make for an interesting game. Do 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 do. Watching Triton, Tom Dwan called under the gun +1 with King 8-7-6, 3 suits, as in 3 hearts, which are worse than 2 hearts, because it becomes hard to hit a flush. Pocket Ace 8-4 double suited, raises into him. They are all in on a Jack-9 deuce 2 hearts board. A 10 gives Dwan a straight, or a heart for the win. And then the turn is a 7, giving him all the 2 pair outs. But alas, offsuit 3 on the river. Quan doubles up. Quan knocked me out on the bubble of the 25K Omaha, but I still like him. $50,000 Omaha underway. Only 11 players at the start. I imagine a bunch of people will hop in. given the dynamic of the 40K bounties, it changes kind of hands are playing. Ace Jack 5. Flopped 2 pair with Ace Jack. Guy does have a backdoor flush draw or the king to counterfeit him. Do 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 do.
Commentator Ali Najad just explained that Dylan's bad beat was like getting kicked in the crotch. Best commentary in the game. They cut to a clip of Dylan walking out, and I gotta say, camera in your face right after you bust. I don't like it. I'm just like, hey, let me breathe. I already lost. I'm not in the tournament anymore. Funny that the pay jump from going 8 to 7 is 15K, but the bounty is 40K. Woo woo. "26 minutes since somebody played me. Desperate for action. Who will be my hero?" Guess I'll pull up the Omaha stream and I will let you know if anything exciting is going down. Dan DeVoris at the final table. He is wearing a hat from one of the Brazilian guys whose poker moniker is the Nerd Guy. First name Yuri. And because I'm American, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so I'm not going to try. But they gifted him the hat, and I got to say, it looks very nice. Four-way pot in Omaha. Ace, Jack, Jack, 9. Nobody has anything. My man Quan coming in. Somebody's got to steal a four-way pot. Much smaller turnout for the 50K Omaha. Looking through gifts. Watching the stream, trying to work on the Omaha game. I played a bit back in the day, but before we played Omaha with an ante. Day 12 of my poker trip, starting to run out of gas a little bit. Getting do. That will be one moment. Quick toilet break. Oh my God. Wow, come back. See mountains. Instead of timing out, I get tripped. Got action. Love to see it. Sometimes you call it the check high like a dummy. When I play the WPT in the in Vegas, the Win Millions, I believe it was called. We were on the feature table, and Daniel Negreanu didn't want to be on it anymore, so we started talking about slightly voltage things to get off. Just one of those above the rim seasoned veteran trips. noteworthy. He didn't stab at that one. Limp, let's see you flop. Check button. Snap fold. Didn't even think about paying me. River bet felt a little thin. Raise it up. Fold. Let's see a flop. Fold. That ain't the flop I was looking for. Limp re-raise. Just getting run over as per usual. Thought I was on the button. Playing great as per usual. That was sarcasm. Consider about folding the turn, but wanted to get a little sticky there. Good fold. I had the nizzles. Aces against aces. Wow. That is very rare. I'm sure it has happened to me before, but I can't recall. There's a famous Kiner Drinan hand against Carrie Katz, where he had aces against aces, and Carrie runs out 4 flush in the 1 drop. Time to charge my computer. Maybe eat a little chocolate. Guy sitting very deep. Pocket rockets. Is it pocket aces 2 hands in a row? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. It was not. Time to play a little music to get me hyped. Metallica, Master of Puppets, coming in. mean, I could win. Unlikely, though. Oh, yeah. Interesting turn card. Only so long that croissant can just sit there uneaten. Raise Daisy. Good hand. Now we're deep stacked.
Okay, guy just probably has some bluff.
Gonna fold. think I'm going to step up the aggression a bit. Get my butt kicked over here. It's funny how you just really feel being stuck. Even though like this isn't a lot of money, it's like, oh my god. Just losing sucks. Okay. I see you.
Okay, so he is making some moves.
Funny.
Risk of timing out and taking it back. Reasonable hand for him. Double gutter, you know, and then the board pairs. What are you going to do? Nice little pot ski.
Yeah. trying to do that. You have 1 minute to fix this, otherwise I'm going to get kicked out. If you're my opponent, just be aware that technical difficulty. And we're back. Very deep stacked poker. A lot going on. Fold it.
Okay, stepping up to 3 betting. I see you. Gotta say, don't have very much experience playing 700 big blinds deep. Get my butt kicked. Oh, we're now 3-handed. Gonna fold. $21 to win back a lot of big blinds. Can I do it? I promise y'all I will be trying to play a big pot. Friends, and you will see that is my reality. But I'm insane. He's getting better, can't you tell? Getting my butt kicked. Pair tens. Winner. No. Wow. King, king, king flop. Welcome to the table, Cloud Avatar. Good hand. Let's go. No insurance for me. Still no insurance for me. Huzzah! take it. If you could translate that, I would love to. This was fun, even though this guy kicks my butt, and let him know I'm playing tomorrow. That'd be cool. More fun to play than to wait, even if you're getting buried. Price of poker going up. Oh, yeah. Catching chickens, but not bigger. Couldn't have said it better myself. Still won. Probably had the best hand. He has a worse 7. Ship the money. Oh, snap. Call me with 9 high. What a way to end it. Very well done.